Oh, I'll be on in a few minutes. already. Okay. Finger string. Okay, we're good. Hello, Schmuckle. How's it going? Pink and purple is such a beautiful color. I know, right? Yeah. So I dug in deeper if my laptop for the GTA 5 enhanced files, and apparently the latest versions of GTA 5 enhanced, for whatever reason, they removed DirectX 11. So that's why it's not working and stuff like that. And then they also now decide to ask, oh hey, can you upgrade the CPU? And it's like, okay, pretty much the laptop was screwed. So I was like, well, I guess I can't play GTA there anymore. But no worries, I have the PS4, so I guess I can still play GTA on that one, so that's fine. But the thing's over 10 years old, so I still have uses for it. I'll probably give them like the laptop another year or two, or I'll just probably repurchase it as more like a portable streaming device before I actually probably consider getting a desktop gaming rig. But at least if I do have the laptop, at least the scope of the RAM and CPU can be lower because the laptop still works. Now I'm just comparing head sizes with this so I can have a reference whenever I start measuring this out. And the head and the neck. A little bit smaller, we should be fine. Alright, we're good. And then we can just put this aside right here, and then we can use it as a ruler. And I'll put it like right over here because I do know the hair is going to get a little bit up. Yeah. No, I did pretty much a good job with these wings and just texturing them. Because I was thinking about this furrow in the texture for the crystals, then I decided to manually hand draw the crystal wings, and it worked out fine. And then the duplication and techniques also save even more time, but add more detail to the episodes. In these wings, they don't have to be sculpted. They can just be like a plane, and I can just bend it. I always wonder why you choose defeat emoji. Because you don't know if I'm going to. So creepy. I know, right? A little bit. But it's not like I'm totally not wearing socks right now. Because I got carpet floor. Sorry about your eyebrows. I just can't, bro. So arrowy. Hey, that's just the natural genes. I can't control my eyebrows. And sure, I could wax them out, but I just don't want to. And you know what's a little bit hilarious, that one of my eyebrow hair strings were kind of like one of them's white, and they grows like 3 times faster than the others, and then I had to trim one of them. Yeah. Yeah, and then last year my hair was like over here, so now it's like down around here. So I'm just hitting the lawn. But anywho, Tusu Core, how's it going? Yeah, that's the weird thing. Come into a stream and say, yeah. I mean, that is true. Unless he's an eyebrow expert. I wonder if there's a specialist job for just examining eyebrows. Bleach this whole weapon here. Make it all white. Be easier to see. Did you learn art most on your own or from college? I would say both. Because the 2D art, I mostly self-taught myself on the 2D art side of things, but the 3D, I did went for college for that. But then I did took I think at near the end of 2020, no, at beginning of 2024, I did took some couple sequential art classes for concept, but I was able to waiver most of the minor sequa classes, so I basically bypassed them just to get those other two classes because I already learned how to do that on my own. So let's just say I'm 80% self-taught in 2D art, but definitely I did learn 3D stuff in college. Did you get a scholarship? Oh yeah, for sure I did get scholarships. Yeah. Because as long as your grades are good, then you're more have a higher chance getting a scholarship. Is it hard to get a job in animation 3D art? Well, I can't say that for sure because mostly for my in college I went for as a majors interactive design and gaming development, but never for 3D animation or 2D animation because that's like a separate category. Yeah. Because apparently learning 3D is optional in gaming development, but it depends what you're going for. If you're going for more like a more humanistic or more originality, then you do need some original 3D animation for that. But most likely, a lot of people, if they want to get something quick and done, they can just throw it in Mixamo and just use presets, or just use mocap. Oh, Steam Shell Kid. No, that is familiar. I think I haven't seen your stream like in a few years though. I think I still have you on my little thing. But yeah, it's been a while. How's it going? It's been a while, my dude. It has. What have you been up to lately? Well, as for me, I did graduate college last year though. Your art has improved a lot. Oh, thank you. Yeah. But if you're wondering what I went for college for, you can check out my social media there. I know how to do 3D and Unreal Engine stuff, but I've been looking over Godot lately, so I may consider switching engines in the future. But as for now, yeah. I learned Unreal during in college because that was the thing that we were promoting. Hi, what's going on here? Oh, not much. Well, basically, someone raided me, but I was familiar with this person, Steam Cell Kid. I think, yeah. I used to watch his stuff around like I think when I was like in 2020 or 2021. This was during COVID. I think. Yeah, but ever since postcode, a lot of things has changed since. So right now, I'm just trying to live life as best I can. I'm totally fine. Did that link pop up anytime? No, I think it not. I think Nightbot's just being lazy. Happens every once in a while. No worries, I'll just quickly pull it up. Oh, now it pulls up. I'll just send it through anyways. Yeah, but I think since 2024, I started using more Clip Studio Paint more often, and I made the switch so I don't have to do pencil size much. Link above the Twitch panels, awesome stuff. Thank you. Yeah, so for me, as what I'm working on, I'm just working on well, it was a character that I designed 8 years ago, but then I decided went back to do a completely 100% redesign. And I didn't want to use it for some idea I have for a game. So that's why I kind of like two versions of him. One, he's like the regular one, and then the main one, he's going to definitely look like more chibi once I model him, so it'll just be easier. So, because I did make some concept where I want to develop my pipeline for. So I have like a bunch of like miniature versions of my characters that you can play multiple of them like an RPG, but with a little bit of some of Pokemon Mystery Dungeon aesthetics, but the way how the mechanics is, so you can certain moves and stuff. So I wouldn't say it wouldn't be like a turn-based game too much. It would be much more like an interaction attack, but certain abilities that you can press to defend, or you can just move around as considered as dodge. But once I write the game design document for this, I'll do that. It's just I'm doing the concept art first because I'm just looking into the aesthetics. Yeah. But also, I'm on the side. I've been working on a comic script for a different personal project I have in mind. I think I'm like, I would say 60% done with the issue 2 script, but I'm just rather just finish my whole scripts first before I get into the art part, because I just feel comfortable just figuring out the story first before I dive into concept art for it. But I did have like a bunch of like personality sheet charts template that I used. Yeah, personal projects are fun. I agree. Or I don't have to worry about no quotas or anything. And there's no pressure to it. I have to do... Oh, I do have to hop. Oh, no worries. Nice catching you up. Yeah. Nice catching up, Sheen Salkid. Keep up the good work. Thank you. Yeah. If I have time, if I do see you around, I'll take a peek of your stream, too, as well. Hey. Alrighty. Alrighty, Steam Shell. See you around. Yes, the hearts. You know, you're never gonna know what you're gonna find on streaming. But I definitely do like the idea of live stream art, because it just, well, it doesn't, well, since art's technically active time, you just increase the plus of streaming sometimes if you want to share your work and stuff. And that's also free commentary. But thank goodness that I did get this mic a month ago, so now at least the audio is much better. And you don't want to hear that much of me tapping all the time. Even though I had to use my webcam, well, my 360 OS bot for that. Here. And then now what I'm doing, I'm basically going to create a turntable miniature version of him. So I will be using the same grayscale for that too as well, so it will be just easier just to plop it in since I already have the color render version. And I did add some rules here, so we don't need that. Yep. Somewhere around here. Oh, there it is. Now I could manually make another straight line, but I already made like a layer for that, so I can just use the Control-C, Control-V. And then we'll just use this thingy as a measurement stick. Because what I'll do is that usually when I do certain turntables that have certain proportions, that I can use my own silhouette reference, and then I just draw these lines just to make sure it, the height and everything's accurate. And if I do need to make it long, oh, yeah, it's long enough, we're good. I can always stretch it. I'll just put this at the top here, okay. And I'll just put this here. I usually prefer through by default, but I don't have to do it for that one since it's just a normal. But usually in my opinion, you get better color accuracy if it's through. We'll call this rulers. Just Control-J. Yeah, I did mod my Clip Studio a little bit, so some of the key commands that I use is I manually edit it, so I'm not completely following the traditional key commands, but it's a mixture of from Paint Tool, Sci, and Photoshop though. Like Control-J is another way to duplicate, but I think maybe Clip has that by default. Not really sure, but I did know that I programmed the H here just to have it flip, so I don't have to go through like constantly hitting all these trays. I think once we figure out the front side, then I'll measure the eyes later. I just need to get the base body here since I already have it sketched out. And then we'll keep a copy here too, just to hide it. Just put it over here for now. I think we'll keep it. Let's maybe set that up. Put one down here. So, let's meet here. And there's no real specific guidelines from what I'm doing here. If you feel like that you need guidance to like have a certain accurate drawing, just have like a certain proportion like around here somewhere or over there, it does help to align things. But it's potentially up to you. I only usually do this kind of method if I'm making like a turnaround sheet, because it will be obvious when you're doing turnaround drawings. Oh, I do feel like I want to move this slightly. And just focus on the waist. Okay. And then, I don't think my dude has actually real ears. They have the... But no, I'll consider putting a line in the middle. And then once I get all my lines aligned, then I just merge them all. Or not. Depends. And I think yours looking pretty good. And then, I think, yeah, then I use Control E, the way I set it up, so it can easily just hit merge. But I'm sure if you do like the right click merge with visible layers, selected layers, any one of those buttons would work. But I think I have it on my key system settings for merge selected layers, or just merge the layer that's selected with the folders. And then we'll just call this for nothing. And we're definitely going to need a real symmetric ruler. And then so I can use the front body, then reuse it as a backside. And also, I'm going to clip this too when I print screen. And we're just going to get this guy over here. We don't have to have a turnaround for that. That's just because it's obvious enough for me to see how the max would look like in 3D. But if you want to, it does help too. If you do need like some kind of like visual reference. Because mainly the face would be important than the mask. And I can just look at that. And we'll just duplicate this. So it's easier to follow in the beginning. And then we can slowly get rid of it after we're done with it. I think we'll just put this over here for now. And then... shrink that down. switch this to my little pen buddy that I made. And we're just gonna just do that color. I think we're almost ready to draw, so all I need to do now is set up a ruler here. And we're just gonna guesstimate. I know you can hold shift. How accurate is this? I think it's straight enough. I don't have to pretty much adjust it, maybe. Oh, you don't see it. Unless I selected all layers, so now maybe I can see it that way. Okay, that's fine. And then we can just select to not all layers, or maybe select here. Select only show at editing target. There we go. Save that for now. Save that. Start the drawing. Now, usually, sometimes I'll just manually draw it, or have a good starting shape with the perfect circle if I wanted to. But either works fine. Either works fine. And then I think his eyes would be most likely probably pretty much around here, so it has some space. Yeah, it would be around there. So usually the ears and eyes will each other. Distance. And the type of line art we're doing is basically rough final, but most likely like a clean sketch version, so I won't finalize it, have like a pure clean ink look, just to have a good enough clean sketch, almost like I had like here, to see how it is. So it's okay to have some marks around here, because it's concept art, it's not illustration. The only time, if you want to pretty much render something in concept, it's optional, but it varies based on your needs and goals. Because the point of a concept art is just basically creating a custom reference for yourself. So pretty much happy mistakes is welcome. And then sometimes the eyebrows, so we'll scale that. So you totally don't have to redraw all of that. You can just like make it bigger and then center it, and then you're good to go. You know what's hilarious sometimes in Clip? That if I go up in here, it will kind of like scale things, so either I could hold control and it'll do it for me, or I can just tap over here to change the mode. But control is much better. Just like that. There you go. And then usually the trickiest part when doing the symmetrical version in Clip, inside, or maybe probably not probably Photoshop. But if you do use the eraser, you notice that it won't erase over here. So the only way to get it that way is that if you just go back to your main drawing brush and just hit the eraser key over here, or if you program it with this with any key selection. I chose C to do that, so I don't have to go back and forth. Then I get my eraser, and then they both simultaneously erase. I can remain like symmetrical enough, but probably when I get to the hair, probably a few steps I would have to keep it symmetrical, but then I'll try to break away where I have some things around here. But it's just enough so I can maybe have some or couple hair cards, but I don't need like a bunch, maybe just a couple or a few. So not all of them look like a porcupine. And as for this guy, and I'm probably not going to make a 3D mouth. I'll just make like one of those 2D sprite mouths so you can just change it. So it'd just be easier how many bones I can put in. Because I know from my last project, I did make a pure 3D expressions, but that took a long time to set up. So... And I think the 2D mouths instead of a 3D mouth would work. Because if I'm going to make it like a game that's top-down, pretty much you're not going to see as much facial expressions from that far distance. So it'll be okay to use the 2D mouth by then. Because it would be kind of like very hard to like zoom in unless it's a different kind of game that I wanted to do for a camera angle. So I do save myself the time for that, so that's cool. I'll keep his little horns here. Yeah, little horns at the top too. And then in case I want to break away from symmetrical, I can just tap here and just temporarily disable it. And if I want to enable it, I just tap here. So cool. And then I can just put his little mark in here. His forehead tattoo. And then once I'm done with the turntable thing, I'm going to use the turntable that I made over here and then create a bunch of poses. If I get to that today. Which I most likely think I would. At least to get the start initial of it. Because I just need some example to see what we look like in action. Brainstorm stuff. Because the chibi one would be much more easier to do because there's not many proportions I need to watch out for. Because it's been downsized. And then once I'm satisfied to a certain length here, then I'll slowly just go in and just put a little bit more implied lines there. If I wanted to. And then... where's it? He dies. And we'll just use that to erase. Let's see, switch that. We got Epicus, his collar having horns. And then meanwhile his original state, it's like very small looking. Now all I'm doing now is just looking over my pure ref right now. So I don't have to always just go back here and here. Which is why I screenshot it. I'm just trying to match it a little bit. Now I know the model itself will have some form of like cloth going on. So I could make two different versions with the cloth and without the cloth. But it means more versions in the front, but that's okay. I can duplicate and stuff like that. So I'll make a duplicate version of this once that without the cloth, and then I'll draw the cloth on once I finish without having his cloak. So now I'm just moving my images around. Down here. Is that chest plate? This, I think the most important part I have to be careful is the accuracy around here. This is the last time we get those stats, have some space around here. So I need to see its waistline and stuff. But then again, if it wasn't a turntable, then I wouldn't mind too much to be a little bit off. But I gotta need to be a little bit attentive on that, because it will be like a guideline for me whenever I sculpt this. And when I get to it one day in Blender. Because pretty much, I think after this character over here, I have to create a few more OC characters, of course. It's gonna be a little more character creature based stuff. Okay, now, so where this ends here and ends here. Okay. Now, the only thing I would say is a little bit lost over here. I would probably pinch this down a little bit, so it matches up with the overdrawing. Now, sometimes it gets a little confusing when you're using an eraser, because C can be converted into eraser. But only when it's in regular brush mode, it does this. Pull this down over here. Edges around here. Then after that, I think we're going to need a little bit out here. And then I'll have his little banner close around here, but it's gonna get this down first. At least a good thing, since this tiny version of it has like these tiny like Mr. Krabs feet. At least I don't have to think about too much about the legs over here, because the legs is like much more like a dinosaur like. But it's intentionally this size because it would be easier just to have modular parts the way I'm planning it. And then we'll just use without ruler just to make some changes and just bring down the thing too. And now I'm just adding decorations here. Yeah, because it would be easier once I start applying less symmetry. I want to do like twice the work. Disable that. Go. And then here. Yeah, but he's looking great so far. And then I'll do the hair last, and then we'll be able to reuse them. Alright, I think the last thing I need to do is air, and then I'll just use a chain brush to add it later. Ooh, wait a second. So, if I temporarily disable this, delete this, or at least be able to control delete. There we go. And then I'll take this. Don't have this to be changed. No, I'm just cleaning it up a little bit. And then we can hide this one now. And then we can move this elsewhere. Like over here to save some spots in these places. Alrighty. Just pull this out here. I think this or this would be enough space for the cape. Cloth. I'll save this as enough. Alrighty. And then I'll be right back. I just gotta use the restroom, and after that, we'll just add his cape, and then we'll make another duplicate of this, and backside 2, and then we'll do the side 2. Alright, but good progress so far. Good progress.
Humans, what have you learned? Was programmed to beat you. Same mistakes. Was programmed to beat you.
Alrighty, I'm back. Min jump scare. Hello, Minty. How's it going? Is it your first time here? I think so. Well, welcome to my stream. I do 3D and 2D stuff, so if you do check out my art station and stuff, feel free. I also do some stuff in Unreal Engine 2 as well, and Blender stuff. Well, I just finished my own stream. Yeah, it's my first time here. Oh, cool. What kind of art do you do mainly? Oh, you can't really draw? Oh, okay. Well, I thought, you were, because you had, like, some kind of profile pic that I can't really see, but I see there's, like, something in there. Unless I go to channel to see bigger. Well, YouTube's not, loading faster when I stream, so maybe it'll load soon. Oh, I got that from the commission. Oh, cool. Okay. Yeah, I just can't tell what it is. Because it's, like, very small on my screen. Also, how are you? I'm doing great. Yeah, just right now in the morning I did some like comic script writing. Now I'm just working on some concept art stuff for that. I'm thinking of an idea for a new video game that I'm making for a little like indie. So I'm gonna have like 2 different versions of my characters there. Cool. But right now, since I have a lot of time on my hands, I can debate if I want to either continue to stick with Unreal Engine or just switch to Godot. Because I saw some later versions of Godot, which is quite interesting about the art style graphics. So, but more and more, I'm more inclined to just switch engine. Because I did look up how GD script works, and it's much more it's based on Python, but it's like a skin over the C++ of the other language. I'm more familiar with Python since I took couple classes in high school, so that'll be fine. Yeah. So, what is your main channel about? Or are you like a gaming channel? Yeah, because I recently brought back my other second channel, but I haven't done any content with it yet, but I used to do a lot of gaming videos back in high school. Just stream for random things that I like. Oh, cool. Interesting. Then what's your favorite topics? What drawing software do you use? I use Clip Studio Paint, but originally, I mean, I did use Paint Toolsci back in 2016 and up until 2023, but then I did start using Clip Studio Paint around 2022, but not as much. And I started using Clip Studio more often in 2024. Then that's when I made the switch. I have no clue, but I've been joining Dying Light 1. Oh, cool. I don't know that much about Dying Light, but I've seen the game before, or at least heard of it. Is it? I think it's it has like a. It's a. Because usually I think the cover kind of have like a horror feel aesthetics. Is it like a horror game or an action game, or is it both? But I'm familiar with some of the Resident Evil games. I grew up most the ones that had more action shooty thing. The Resident Evil 4, 5, and 6. When I was a kid. This is a zombie parkour game. So is there like certain tricks that you have to do? Or is just... Or is this much more like shooting parkour action style? I could go into detail, but why? Because I'm just curious. But if you don't want to explain it, that's fine. It's more action slide and satisfying movement. Satisfying movements. Yeah. If you're curious, the song is currently playing. I can tell you, but those are the list of the artists. So let's see. So this one's Cruising. Yeah, I pretty much have like the link in the GitHub website for that to set up, so if anyone's curious the artist I'm playing on there. Yeah, but no copyright sounds. It's a really good place to have like streaming music. But I used to use it a lot back when I was doing a lot of Minecraft videos, though. Oh my. If I knew how to spell cloak. Do you remember spelling that right? Yeah, okay. I was right. Okay. Nah. Get rid of this. There we go. Yeah, cloak. Yeah, I had it. I mean, I had it right before, so I'll just look like because I knew how I spelled it before, but yeah. Every once in a while, you get brain farts. I just need something to name so I can keep track of, because after for a while, you get like so many layers within layers. Naming's usually optional, but you can always abbreviate stuff. It's much easier to abbreviate so you don't have like a full-on sentence that stretches beyond infinity. So I like to keep them like layers, almost like file convention names. But if you're not interested in naming everything, there's always like default layer 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. But then you gotta keep track of it, and the only way to like quickly look over your layers if you don't want to name it, if you do control click, then it just takes you directly where the layer's located. But I still recommend I put in the names because in case you don't know what it looks like visually, and you have like layers upon layers upon layers for certain colors, if you choose to have multiple layers instead of working on one layer, which is a work choice preference, then it will be difficult to hit the control click. And then the best thing about digital art that you can basically pull off tricks and illusions quite easily, so you can like save like a lot of time, pretty much infinite layers. Yeah, but I did a lot of traditional art back in high school, and then a little bit after high school, and then we college freshmen. Oh, and okay, I guess we're getting more people here. The last one was rated with 5 people, but oh cool, 16. Hello strangers. What are you all doing here today? I'm so used to having like a small group to talk with, but when I start seeing bigger numbers, I get a little bit nervous. And then it ends up becoming a talk show. With Twitch chatters. I was streaming art, so I wanted to raid someone else doing art. Oh, cool. Well, quick introduction. This channel is also named Monster Death, but if you want to name my real name, just call me Nathan. But I do concept art, illustration, and some gaming development stuff, so I also know how to do 3D and animate 3D stuff for game, and then I also mess around with Unreal Engine. And then if you want to... Big numbers, pretty much scary. It does put a little bit on the pressure, though. Because whenever you're streaming, you gotta also kind of chat and interact while you're working on your main project here. So, if you're ever curious about my social media stuff, just feel free to click the Google Sites view. It's basically a link tree of my other links too. So you can find me on Instagram, Blue Sky Social, etc. Cool, I was working on a fun side project. Making an AU for a show I like. Oh, cool. Yeah, I do a lot of OC characters though, so I do like to make some original stuff in that. But this one I went back to one of my older 8-year-old characters that I haven't drew like in a long time, so then I just did some redesigning wand stuff. Same, I love they're so much fun to make. Yes, and plus of all, you get some creative freedom when drawing OCs and stuff, because now you can use it as like your own IP. Well, crap, your super style is cool. Oh, thank you very much for the follow. Much appreciated. Yeah. Although, I did have a goal in mind that, what was earlier in the streamer, but you probably don't know this, if you're new. But I did had some, well, Pokemon cards that I didn't open yet. So, if I do get, like, let's see, how much followers do I have? I do know that if I get 550 subs or up to 400 followers, then I'll just make a video just me open Pokemon cards. Or I might just stream it. So, just FYI, if anyone wants to see some Pokemon cards. I do have them, like, around here, but yeah, it's been sitting, showing a little bit. But it makes it much more unique if it's not open, so it's like, should I open it or not? And plus, I haven't gotten, like, any Pokemon cards, like, in a long time. I think I got that, like, a month ago. But I did have, like, other, I think I had, like, the Regigigas ones, but also have, like, pretty much older ones around Sinnoh region. And then a little bit of the for Gen 2. I'm a lurk, so I gotta get some food and hope your art goes, oh, thank you. Yeah. But if you feel free, want to lurk, feel free. But I'll do my best while I do stuff just to explain what's going on, what I'm going to point A to point B, if you're all just here to learn and browse. But if you got any questions about certain techniques that I do, feel free to ask. Or just pick around my brain. But I'm also on the side, I got like 2 passionate projects going on. One, I'm actually trying to write some comic scripts down, and yeah, and of course, making a game as well. So 2 things. And in case every once in a while I just need to chat, I just put up the stream. But I usually stream 2 days a week. But it's on random different days, but usually the same time. And I do post them around on Discord for that, for the timeline. Oh, I'm off. Good luck with the rest of the stream. Alright. Thank you for sticking around, Minty. I hope to see you around. And maybe, and if you got any questions or want to talk about certain games that if I'm familiar with, we can just talk about and stuff. So now I'm just naming these folders because I'm just gonna fill this in almost how I did grayscalingly around here. So it'll be easier to just point out the values and stuff. Maybe. Oh, maybe. Oh no. I hope this ain't the last time we meet. There's so many other things we can explore and talk about. And then use it for, like, you know, free time of boredom. Side of here. No, I'm most likely the type of person who just build a bunch of folders within folders. It's kind of my workflow there. But I also keep, like, certain layers separate, so in case that I need to change them drastically. I know I could just put keep the colors separate in each layer, but I usually just put most of the colors in one layer and then keep the texture separate. But if I really do need to do multicolor testing, then I would have to keep those colors separate. Otherwise, it would be very difficult to change all those colors simultaneously. Just keep that white. And what I'm gonna do is basically just put the colors around here. And then I can use this as a G-fill, and then I'll just capture all this. And then I'll just use a set as reference layer. So whenever I use the paint bucket, it doesn't go like too wild. Because it'll just follow this contour lines I made. But if anyone hasn't joined my Discord yet, feel free to check that out. But I do know on Twitch I have Discord command set up, so feel free to check out the link. In case if you want to talk to me like after stream, or if you got like any art stuff, or simply if you just want to share some cool stuff. Just fill this in around. No, I'm just using this to fill this around. Then once I get like the complete loop circle, I can just like easily hit G and it'll just take care of everything for me. Does anyone still keep Legos? Out of curiosity. Because I still have my Bionicle somewhere, but it's like completely sealed and just like closed. Like I haven't opened in a while. Probably has some dust, but I do keep some Legos out. I do have the Black Pearl though, so that's definitely still out. It's like as a standing still. Yeah, because you can't find those anywhere else anymore since I got it around 2017 or 16. Oh, I think at one point I did reach in Clip Studio when almost like 50 gigs of RAM. When I was opening up like a bunch of like finished illustration pieces when I was trying to export stuff. Because the more detail you add on a file and the more layers you have, the more your file. It's not just your file bigger it gets. The active RAM that's like loading all that stuff is gonna be a lot on your computer. But if you do like similar techniques, like I think there's a button for that. If you do, yeah, clip layer below, it'll just reference the layer of your other mask that you created. But I do rarely use it because my computer's like 64 gigs of RAM, so I don't have to use it that too much. And it also depends how many layers you have for too as well. Because if you have too many layers, they can then definitely slow down your performance over time too as well. But as for me, since I don't have to worry about it, I just like infinite layers. But yeah. But when it's necessary to have like multiple layers, I would say only use multiple layers if you gotta need to have like something to have instant different colors of changing for like design feedback if you're working with a group of people. But if you're just doing this for yourself, then you don't have to worry about that too much. But yeah, it is possible that every art program can become super needy in RAM, depending on how much configs that you have to add on here, or certain amounts of like layers and masking limits. But if you have like a painted structure all in one layer, or do the almost like similar to one layer challenge, then you pretty much will have like very less RAM to so do function everything else. Because since it's all that in one layer, and you're not asking for the thing to do multiply or overlay. Okay, so let's see right now. Because currently I have free active Windows opening for the files that I loaded. And plus we're streaming too as well, so if I pull out my thing, so we're at 33% of memory. I'll be around. So yeah, 21, that's fine. But I do remember from when I was on the laptop, I was 16, and then I did upgrade it to 32 gigs. I mean, I still use my older laptop that was for gaming, but now that my laptop's definitely showing its age, because now there's certain games it just no longer wants to work anymore. Especially when I try to run the new enhanced Grand Theft Auto 5 on the laptop. It used to work on the legacy one, but then they had to get rid of DirectX 11. So now it just don't work anymore. And then Rockstar complains the CPU's out of date. It's like, Oh, it is a Generation 6. Can't complain. But I did wish they still kept the legacy version available for PC in case if for older computers, but okay, they're just trying to make it's just encouraging to buy a new computer. It's like I'm sure there's plenty of other indie games that doesn't require that much power, so I'm pretty much good. And I'm still rocking with my PS4.
Programmed to beat you.
But back in 2020, I did think about buying a PS5, but I'm kind of glad I didn't now because it's pretty much meaningless. Because PS6 is like right around the corner, like probably 2 years from now, if we're still doing consoles.
The same mistakes.
Then just switch to that, and then I can just do this.
Programmed to beat you.
And now it's been lit. Oh. It's been lit. And then the best part is that I could reuse this, but I'm probably gonna have to redo it on this one since I'm gonna use this for the backside, so do some illusion tricks on that one. Unless his fingers are gonna be 3 minutes miniaturized. Technically it's 4, but if you want to be fun precise, then yeah, 3 of in 1 fun. But reasons for modular reasons has to be that way. And it's cute looking. Cause it has to be that way. Then we'll just take this, because apparently I can just save myself some time, and just drag this right over there. Move this a little bit to the left. Alright, double checking. Already looks good to me. And then boom. And then we'll do the same once we get have some black values here. Or darker. And then we're just gonna unclip that and just reclip this here. There's a reference layer, so we won't get confused. And then when we do gfill, I'll just use refer to other layers, which I have this set up to reference only. And then I can use it to start doing this. If it's plausible. Gotta go cool art, bye. Alright, see you around XXMXX. Thanks for sticking around. Hope to see you next time. Yeah, sometimes that works and sometimes it doesn't. Only because if you have like certain spots. But then you can always just grab a brush and just fill it in. Still always an option. Alright, then back to filling. And then we'll lower the sensitivity. Well, I call it like lowering the gap. I mean, well, increasing the gap would be over here in that. But it does control where you can fill. Yeah. That's a very unique thing that Clip has, but then Photoshop's dynamic wand still does a good job too. But no one likes Adobe. Alright, and then... Oh, we do have that. Okay, and then I can start control click here. And then control click, well, the way I had it set up, it's like select click, but I think it's on by default, if I'm not double check. Because my key commands are semi modified, so I could do certain things. But once I have the mask selected, well, it's the one that's selecting it. I'll do Control Shift N, new layer, and then apply the mask here. Yeah. I do know that there's certain mask tools that you can manually use in Clip somewhere. I haven't used it in a while. Oh, there we go, a selection pen over the wand. And stuff like that. But I always refer to the layers I've made because it's very efficient just to apply the mask that way instead of fiddling around and just basically drawing the whole mask, almost like how we draw the paint over here to select. It's pretty much the same process, and it's just less tedious if you just do control click and it's just like magic. And again, does save time, and then whatever your mask you painted over here will goes fill in that area, so you don't have to worry about selecting many things here. And it just works. First scale, and we'll do the same thing with it too. Control click, and then control shift and then mask. Then we'll just have it called grayscale on this one. Oh, I feel like now it's getting darker slowly, even though it's August, but still gonna get a heat wave next week. I just can't wait till like at least at the end of September since I'm down in the south. the fall weather will hit probably around mid-October. Dude, no. Start filling this dude up. I'm just gonna borrow colors here. And then I just use Alt to select colors. You can also do right click, I think. If it's default, but yeah. Works both ways, but I just prefer Alt. And then, oh. I gotta retarget this. So I just gotta hit on reference and then re-reference this one. And then whatever I fill will just stay in this range. There we go. And we're not gonna do like real serious shading here. I just need some values to see the 3D illusion of it. So whenever I need to create the 3D version of this, it'll just be easier for me. Yeah, I'm not worried about that, Varys, because if you're like super close, yeah, you can see a little bit. If you're actually in the distance enough, then you don't see it. So, don't overthink to like, oh, you gotta zoom in too close, because if someone's looking at this in social media, rarely someone's ever gonna zoom into like the depths of the pixels here, and it'll probably be literally hard or difficult or impossible, or no human mortal's not gonna do that. We're just gonna keep on doom scrolling. So, it's all fine. Plus, it's concept art, so you can get away being a little bit sloppy. Use all of the new things. Take this, and then this little shader buddy. This, you just pass a reminder. Eyebrows. No, not there too. Okay. Alrighty, and then yeah, I think that'll be good enough. We don't need a cast shadow for that because it's not needed when I need to see for a reference to sculpting. Alrighty, and then what I can do is Control J, and then we'll just do it again. And this time we're gonna tell this copy mask to apply to the layer, and then drag it over here. And I can tell this to say, hey, you merge into one. Then grab this. Well, before I do that, actually, just gotta move the grayscale. And then we select this reference on the other front cloak. Control T, and just move this around. Make sure the mouse is correct. Yeah, it looks accurate with no problem. Enter. Control click. And then we'll be taking the same brush and then we'll just have a good dark tone here. So I know this is like a kind of cloak here. Then we'll remove this. This doesn't have any soldiers. Yeah, and that's about it. That one. Alright, we saved a lot of time on that one. But although I may want to make that slightly darker because it's now matching the background a little bit too much. So we're just gonna tweak that down. And we'll keep that the same color in the stripe. And then if I take away the rulers. Yep. That's all the line over here. And the next one will be at the back side, we'll tweak that, and then we'll have the two the side by side here too. So one back and then basically one side without the arms here. So probably when I do the side thing, I'm probably gonna have the one with the side with the arm that's showing. Since I don't have like any front side with that, I need to see how the crystal appears in the front. And then I would have cut off his arm here and then show the torso. So basically we'll have three sides over here. And then the other one will have the cloak on with. And then maybe I'll do another wings here as an example over here. And so we can have some variety, so we have some idea for me to what I'm looking for when sculpting. 4 different versions of designs. And that'll be easy because I'll have a base and then I'll just start copying. And just tweak it. And we are expanding. Now this one, since I have that over here, I can always control J this one over here since that's the default space, so not really worry about anything else. So without further ado, I can start like screwing around with this one. Save, and then B, then C, and then we're gonna obliterate his face. Step 1. And then we'll have sometimes some symmetries enabled or disabled. Probably need a... I think I'll keep this side up for now, so I know where the head ends. And then we can just remove the horns, because his hair is not going to show that on the backside. So it's going to look weird in the beginning, but it's all part of the plan. So think of a little bit of poltergeist thing. And then we can just remove this, just have a slight edit around his neck. And we'll leave it as a messy for now. And then... Ah, no. That out. CP. Some more commands here. That would be... here, and then... yeah, we'll just keep it like that for now. There. And then we're just gonna temporarily turn off symmetrical. And we're just gonna clean this up a bit. Guess this is the back side, I can just do that. I can do that too. Get that back side here. I can probably get rid of the edge lines over here, since that's not going to be shown. Feel. Then we can slowly take this away. And we'll start adding some friction up there here. It's all sculpting here. So I have made something like this. No, I almost forgot. Since one of the when you have natural eraser mode on, it doesn't follow the silhouette for whatever reason. Instead, modifying to any brush to an eraser. I could just do this and just save us some time without just tapping really quick all the time. Sometimes I forget. Resets. Now, there's a certain way I have to draw the hair in a certain way, because sometimes when you sculpt, or depending on your style guide, you can't just have like, because usually my traditional 2D art style, I would have something crazy going on like this, or like this with the hair, have much more like zigzag going on and stuff like that, just to make it, the hair and the fur more believable. But it's very difficult to do it in 3D because you have to plan out your sculpting a little bit. But also you can put some hair cards in it as an excuse just to put around so you can break away from the having sculpt hair too much. But you have to place that there carefully. So it depends. I probably don't want to have too much of that too as well. So it's finding the right balance too as well. Because this can actually be stretched. And these two can probably link up to this, so it would make sense. Here. Some hair cards possibly somewhere surrounding this area too, so I can probably get away with that. I don't know if once I start sculpting and find out, but I just need some idea. Because who knows if the backside's gonna slightly change further in the long run. think I'll keep that aside. There, like that. And I'm just following my reference I had over here on a different screen. We're gonna get something similar like that, but miniaturized. And then we'll also change the arm perspective on that too. We're just gonna create that shape back. Let's see, maybe just make that. We're still on getting there. Shape be different here too as well. I would also have to change this appearance here too. I'm scooching this down here. There we go. Oh, wait. Never mind. I just gotta add it. Alright. Just get rid of these marks here. Probably would have to erase this, though. Now, I just realized this, but I did a slight oopsie, but it's easily recoverable. I forgot to flip this thing. So whenever it gets to the backside, it would make sense a lot. So there's an easy troubleshoot for that. So what I'm going to do is grab certain sections around here, since they're all still symmetrical, which is good. Then hold shift over here. Oh wait, hold shift. Hold shift. And then all I can do is basically this Control T, and then flip it like this, and then voila, solve my little mistake. Because that's the only thing that's flipped. Now theoretically, wait. Oh no, wait. What am I gonna do? Hold on. I got a better idea. I think I'll just do like this. For whatever reason, this likes to tilt. That is barbaric. Now, out of curiosity, it tilts like that. Does it slightly go off? Oh, yes, it does. Okay. So, here's what we need to do. We're just gonna have to play a game. And I know my autistic side can help me with this. It'd be super precise. So we reach line symmetry here. Okay, so it needs to be a little bit to the right. Oh, wait. What if I shift click that way? And then just a test to see if it lines up. I put this over here, and then this will get slightly off, so it's almost there. And we have it fixed. I think so. Because usually when it gets bold like that, it just means that it's just overlaying that. Because if I control J with a line work, then I'll just do it too as well. So do that over here. Looks like that, that's great. It's so that... I wonder. Huh. That's interesting. Okay, so now the ruler is... I wonder, what else did I click here? Okay, Clippy. Just a Clip Studio thing. So you had me before when I was flipping like this, but now this is not targeted over here. Interesting. Well, I'm not gonna complain. It is what it is, because now I can just... Well, wait. Alright, then what if I hide this? If I hide this. How will this do? But if that doesn't work also, I got a plan C. Okay, so plan C. Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm going to do this. And do Control C. Rewind a little bit. Make sure everything's kept over there. So by the time when I paste, we can just get rid of this rule over here. Well, actually, it can take this over here. And then I can remove that ruler and then replace it with a ruler and delete the layer behind it, then merge them together. I know it sounds a little bit complicated in the beginning, but you'll see. I'm doing math in my brain. See, everything's all lined up here. If I do a slight turn here, should be fine. Then I'll just call it as is here. Oh yeah, that's good enough. It's a match. And then what I can do is that take this little ruler here, delete it. Take this, Control Delete, and then merge. And good enough, and then all of this just pretty much should be aligned together, or at least close enough. If not, you can just tweak it again. Oh, so this one all of a sudden likes to move a ruler here. Okay, Mr. Squidward. I don't know why I said that. I'm not worried about that because I stretched it, so that's intentional. Let's move that over here. I'm thinking that should almost be there. Alrighty. And then, just to make sure. Well, first I'll save it first. And then, just make sure everything's all lined up with a ruler here. Come on, cancel. Let's cancel this first. We're in our little ruler here. Alright, so I'll scooch this down a little bit. If not, I thought of a plan D. But this is pretty much plan C's working out fine. And then, just for a test run, I'm just gonna do this. Alright. Size over here. And then we'll just align it back over here, and we should be fine. Yep, looks all good to me over here. Yeah, but if I flipped it, remember to flip it like way earlier. Then I wouldn't have to do this tedious route, but I'll know about next time. But so now this also looks flipped over here, so when it rotates, it would make sense when it go over here. And then the only thing I need to slightly edit is this over here, bring that down over here, and have that, like the hair go back over here. And we should be able to fix that. Alrighty. And now we can actually go back to finish editing this. This is also why I have a rule list over here too that I made up. Makes it easier to identify if it's all aligning well. And we'll just hide this for now. Hello, Sky Warp Otoku. Welcome back. Yeah. So while you were gone, I did some variations, but I also forgot to flip the back side of it, so I did some retracking, but I didn't have to like redraw some things, so that's good. It was just flip and just do that. The ruler was acting funky in Clip Studio Paint a little bit. Sometimes when I hit Control T, the ruler follows, and sometimes when I hit Control T again, the ruler just don't follow. But no worries, we're back on track. Yeah, it happens sometimes when I'm flipping. But you know what's weird? Even though I had it like straight for like flipping, whatever reason, it just sometimes the rotation axis was way off. It was just like this, but it should be flipped like this. But then flipping ended up doing this though. Weird technical stuff, but okay. Looking good though. Yes, indeed. Thank you. So basically, I'm just looking around over here and just adjusting a few things. Yeah. Pretty much, I ended up going to have like 4 different side views over here, same copies, because since I didn't do the route where put just one arm up over here, have it show that side, I'm probably gonna have to like, yeah, have 4 different sides, but that's fine. Just so I know the hand shape better. Hey, there's infinite ways you can do turnarounds. And I don't think I had to change that much with the feet too as well. Maybe not. Maybe I do, maybe I don't. Yeah, no, we're good. Yeah. But I might have to push this a little bit forward here so it looks like that. So what I have to do is just hide this. No, don't hide that. We'll just back it over here. Oh, not that one. Yes, there we go. Put that around over here. Although it kind of reminds me a little bit of Sackboy. Now that I'm thinking about this, his hands, has his hand been intentionally minimized? Maybe I don't want to put that much emphasis over there. Could be fine as it is. But how was the food? What kind of food did you have? Oh, just leftovers. Didn't make anything new. Ah. Makes sense. Yeah, it's always good to have like a bunch of leftovers so you can create your own custom pre-cooking. Leftovers. We savor every food we need. I'm just looking back and forth to make sure. Alrighty, well, on August is changing. So. Although I think maybe I want to make this a little bit bigger here, this shield. And everything else should be good. And then I'll start messing around with the chain brush. Well, I could use liquefy. Yeah, let's just use liquefy. We'll just start moving things because, yeah, we'll just use liquefy. And we'll just call it. And then we'll just have this shrink down just a little bit, and then. Okay. And then we'll just clean this up a little bit. Alright, we could be fine with this one. Change the bottom. Yeah, I do. Alright. And then we can just duplicate this. This here. All my folders are like 4th of July. They explode. I may have to extend the canvas just a little bit to the right, but we'll see. And then we can just take this and just do that. So here's what we're gonna do. Since I'm gonna need to illustrate where that is coming from. Just need this. I'm gonna just start highlighting with my wand. I just only need the contours of it. That should be fine. Although I may need to hide the... Although I need to hide the chains. There we go. I can tap shift once, and then shift will pull itself. There we go. And just need to repeat the same thing over here. Alrighty. And then after all that's selected, Control J. Well, no, not Control J, Control C, Control V. I'm just gonna take all the layers. I just only need selected, and then put it back up here. Hide this, hide that. There you go. I flip those. And what we're gonna do is Control T again. And we're just gonna bring it along with me. And then we'll just edit from there. And then most of it can be covered here. I can just like select what I needed and then delete. Oh, okay, yeah. It's working. Alright. Oh, for a second, like, I know I got this. Okay. There we go. Skip that, and then we can just back a little bit too. And then we can just like pretend certain things don't exist. Fake. Yeah, we should be fine. There we go. There we go, and we got like a symmetrical accurate cape from the back front side over here. And then all I need to do add is a little symbol around here. And, do some tweaking, and then after that we'll fill it. Invis back cloak. Alright, we got 15 more minutes before I end the stream, so I'll do the side-by-side on my time around Thursday, but I'll be streaming next week, so I don't know when my schedule. I'll probably announce when I'll be streaming on Saturday, and yeah, because I usually do 2-day streams 2 days a week, but then it's on other random it's like still 2 days a game, but random on random different days, but the time is usually the same. Is the way my schedule is.
Humans, what have you learned?
But I usually announce them on Discord, so I got like, yeah, 15 minutes left before I just tell myself to, okay, eat, and then watch some TV. Maybe if I have time, I'll play probably a game or something. But I'm kind of sad that my old laptop no longer runs GTA 5 because they removed DirectX 11 on the newer one. Which sucks. But I have a PS4 version, so. But I just won't be able to go online because I don't pay for PlayStation Plus anymore.
The same mistakes. I was programmed to beat you.
And then I'm just gonna do it like last time. Just create a contour around it. And then fill it. I'll zoom out just a little bit so I can do this a little bit faster. Now, since the arms are both the same side, I could go halfway through here, copy and paste on certain sides, and then, yeah. Alright, maybe it'll be more than over quicker than I thought. Let's have a change for now. And now stop halfway there, then duplicate it and flip it. And then I'll fill it from there. And then I'll leave the pivot point here. And then now what I can do is copy and paste here. There we go. And erase all this. And do some hits. G over default file tracing. Boom, boom, boom. Okay, we're good. And change the reference to over here. Oh, oop, wrong button. Switch bucket. There we go. Let me just fill this all up. Alright, 4 more minutes before I save everything and just end the stream. 4 more minutes?
Oh, so suddenly you poison the air I breathe. But if you don't hate me, then why would you break me? Feel it in my bones, I'm about to lose control. Only so much I'm taking, so get yourself to safety. Cause baby, a storm is coming. You better heed the one and pray. Don't stay, run away, 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 away. Feel how the rain is pouring. I'm a jet like a hurricane. Don't stay, away, 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 away.
Alright, 2 more minutes. I don't know what stretch and prefer beyond that thing. It's probably the... Oh, I see what it is. Just moving it down a little bit so this can fit around here. So when it tips that over here, and then I'll put this a little bit more to the left. think we should be fine like that. Have that, and then stretch it up here. Okay. Alrighty. Alrighty, I think, yeah, it's 8:46, so I'm gonna stop there and save everything, then... Yep, alright, I'm gonna turn off my computer. I'm gonna sign off now, before I get too involved into it in fervor. Because I know I have a habit, usually around, like, the time set I kind of wanted to be working on my active hours. I get a strange second wind just to keep going, which... I don't know, sometimes it's an interesting behavior, but I don't need that right now, so... I'm gonna eat and then relax, and then we'll call it a day. I think we had, like, pretty much a bunch of random people today, so that's cool. But, and then... Yeah, the only thing I need to do is just get the other 4 side posts done, which will be very quick. Which is well, I would say take about like an hour and a half, or just less than that, because all it is